Neely Burrow to the show ring, please. Please stand for the national anthem sung by Miss Neely Burrow.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Neely. I don't know what's first. Please bring Class 1 hair sheep to the show ring. Class 1 hair sheep to the show ring. There will be no lunch break today. Our judge this morning is Mr. Slayton Strube from San Angelo, Texas. He owns and operates Strube Livestock and graduated from Texas A&M in 2008. Please join me in welcoming him to our show. Please bring Dorsets to the show gate. Dorsets to the gate, please. Please bring your Dorset to the show gate. Dorsets to the show gate, please.
Well, good morning. Certainly a privilege to be here in New Mexico. I was talking with some of the ring staff this morning. It seems like I got out of college, I don't even know how many years ago it was, but I think I judged every New Mexico County fair within 2 or 3 years, and just enjoyed my time here, enjoyed the people, enjoyed the hospitality, and no doubt it's obvious that this state, this group of people understands and cherishes agriculture, but most importantly, they put youth at the forefront of that, understand the youth component of this project, and that's why I'm here. That's ultimately why I'm here, is to just come back and, honestly, my daughter started showing last year, and I haven't judged very many shows. I don't even know if I've judged a show in over a year. I just committed time at home to being with family, and that's what it's all about. And I hope that as you move throughout today that you enjoy your time with your family, you enjoy the process, and that you really take a snapshot and step back, keep perspective what we're doing and what it's all about. And it's so easy to get caught up in that competitive spirit and put your eyes on a prize or a backdrop or some glory that's really not what this is about. And I just challenge you today to do that and to keep your eyes on what this is about. And in this day and time, I think it's very important. We have a great opportunity in front of us with these young people, with this project, and again, that's why I'm here. I hope that's why you're here. Let's have a great day. Let's enjoy showing livestock here in New Mexico. I'm excited to be here. Kind of a challenging class to get started with. I didn't know what we really had coming at us. We've got some variations in size and kind and maturity and weight, and that's okay. We got to take what we have in front of us as a livestock evaluator and try to put them in an order that makes sense. So I'm going to try to explain that to you. I started with the young lady's Weather up there in the front that has the really colorful shirt. She does a really good job of getting him shown. I think he's a sheep that just ultimately becomes kind of a logical place to start for me. When she gets him set up there on the side, he's a sheep that's opened up, really has some muscular shape and some dimension down his top and out of his hip. And then you get back and look at him. He balances good because his chest is up. He looks really youthful up fronted. His hip is good. He's not excessive in his muscle at balance and sits on him the best. And we get him in motion. I think it's just a little tighter in his spine, and we could just relax him and level him out. But we give a little grace because that's a sheep that's got some width, some power, some muscularity, still balances, looks fresh. I think he becomes a really logical place to start. We got the painted up Weather that's going to come in second, and he's one that'll give you some challenges and some issues, and you kind of got to figure out where he fits in this group. He's a little different. He's the one that's really up-fronted and shallow, extended, has kind of an athletic look to him, really up-fronted, really got a trim, clean, immature look to him. I think that maybe also works to his disadvantage at times. To me, he also can look a little too shallow. He can look a little too frail. He can look maybe not as productive as a couple Weathers that are on the backside of him here in third and fourth, but that's a good sheep. She does a nice job showing him. I thought ultimately his balance, his look, his clean, sharp composition is what needs to keep him in second. And if we were going to change him for me, I'd make him a little more productive, a little bolder, a little more opened up, and maybe a little more traditional Dorper, hair sheep looking, whatever you want to call it, but a nice sheep that's going to be in second. Young man brings us a real stout one in third. Big opened up shape to his top, big old square hip to him, and then a sheep that still balances pretty good. If you back off and look at him at times, you can catch him maybe not wanting to give you as good of a look, gets a little wavy in his top line skin and is just a little rougher. Hip and hind leg doesn't move and set in and function quite as nice, but that's a big old stout, productive, muscular, carcass-driven sheep that I think kind of needs to find his spot up there in the front. Young man sheep in fourth is one that's much the same way. He's really opened up. He's really powerful. And right now he's given us a better look than at times he did on this side. That sheep's really got some shape and some dimension to him. To me, when we set him into motion, of those top four, he was a little rounder in his front shoulder, can't handle his front skeleton, can't handle his rear skeleton as good. But that's a nice, opened up, productive sheep. And those four kind of set the stage and set to the front of this class of just being bigger, stouter, and wider. And we don't have the Paul scales out just trying to weigh them out. But those sheep clearly have an advantage in muscularity, width and product and kind of sorted their way up. From there, we find a younger, more mature white wether here in fifth, a sheep that's just really nice and really solid. He's got some balance, he's got some width, he's got some shape, he's got some freshness. He just doesn't compare to those wethers that just had more to him. He doesn't compare to their quality, their width, their stoutness. But a really, really nice class. He rounds out a top 5 that's good. We've got some competitive wethers and ewe lambs that the young individuals did a great job with, and it was my pleasure to work with them. Just, again, we just don't have that extra width and stoutness we had in some of those in the front of this class. But just a great way to kick things off here this morning. Congratulations to all our hair sheep exhibitors. We look forward to a fun and exciting day here in New Mexico, if you will. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results for the hair sheep class 1, first place Aspen Hughes, Eddie 4H, tag 83687. Second place Kaya New, Texaco FFA, tag 72119. Third place Cody White, Curry 4H, tag 72141. Fourth place Levi Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72124. Fifth place, Remington Hunt, Texaco FFA, tag 72046. Please bring Fine Wool Cross Class 1 to the gate. Fine Wool Cross Class 1.
Real nice class at Dorset's as we move into our second division. Another challenging class that has some difficulties, but as we kept working our way to the front, I just felt like this pair of wethers kind of belong together and fit together in terms of kind and the way they're built, their freshness, their overall muscle shape, and their composition. I thought just a pair of wethers that kind of moved to the front. Within that pair, I thought this young lady's wether was just a little more elite looking. Really, when she gets him stuck on the side, that one puts together just a really nice look of shape and freshness and squareness. You get up on him, he's not going to blow you away with muscle, but he's just really, really fresh and opened up and on the upper part of his skeleton. Really just doesn't do a lot of things wrong. Just a really fault-free, complete kind of sheep that I think just kind of logically slides his way to the front. If we were to get critical on him, to me, coming and going, you could just make him wider, pull him apart in his chest and knee, open him up a little bit in his hip and his base width from behind. But I think that sheep's more than adequate, and I think he just kind of just puts together the things logically as we start moving our way to the top. The wether in second, I think, just needs to stay with him. They match each other in size and freshness and muscularity again. He's a sheep that probably gets just a tick plainer as you read him across his loin and the upper part of his forerib and upper rack shape, just not quite as crisp. But if you want to back off and look at one, he matches really good. He's maybe even just a little wider underneath, wider coming, maybe a little wider in his pins. But I just don't see him being quite as fresh, quite as opened up in his midrib and upper skeleton as the wether we laid off with. Maybe just not that really, really fresh look as we had in the sheep that leads the class. But a really nice pair. Congratulations to both of them. Got a ewe lamb that comes in third, and I really like her. She throws me some challenges, and I'll be the first to admit, this is me judging. When I get into a market show and they get to this stage and weight and maturity, ewe lambs just have a little harder time fitting in with two wethers that are mature and look really fresh. She just looks different. I like a lot of things about her, and if I truly study her build, the way she's constructed at the ground, she's my favorite. I like her feet and legs. I like her clearance, her extra width, her extra stoutness, her foot size, her build down low is really good. Her shape is just different, and it's hard to make her fit in around some other wethers. She just gets a little more maternal out of her hip. She just gets a little easier in her top line. She just doesn't look as fresh. She doesn't look as terminal. She doesn't look as true and as genuine when I get up on her. And this isn't a muscle contest. We're just trying to put some things together and make them look right. And I just don't think she fit in as good, and that kind of hurt her today. Boy, in a ewe lamb division, man, I think that one's really good and has some awfully good pieces. And my congratulations to that young lady on a really competitive one here in this division. Whether that's going to come in fourth, I like him. He's one that's has a nice silhouette to him, really level in his top, really level out of his hip. I just thought when we got to those top four and started studying them underneath for what they have, gets just a little narrower at the bottom of his rib, a little narrower in his lower skeleton, maybe just a little more fat cover laid up on him and in his rib than what he truly has underneath. I don't see him being quite as genuine in his muscle shape, quite as honest in his dimension when you step in behind him. Flattens out of his hip, flattens out of his pins ever so slightly, but a nice wether that's very competitive in this particular group. We're going to round out our top five with a sheep that's a little more out there. This one's kind of extreme. He's really elevated, really tall fronted, really level spined, really gives you a nice look when you back off from the side. I think you get into him of the top five, no doubt for me. He's the narrowest, he's the flattest. He just needs to be more opened up and a little more productive, looking for what I personally like. Really nice sheep, has some good things about him, but a sheep that I just stouten up a bit. As we work our way on down, a really nice class again, some competitive sheep, a really competitive group on top, if you will. And you're standing around ringside. Let's give our Dorset competitors a nice round of applause.
Results for the Dorset class. First place, Champion Dorset, Mickey New, tag 72106. Second place, Mickey New, tag 72109. Third place, Drannon Young, Tatum FFA, tag 72740. Fourth place, Levi Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72125. Fifth place, Colbin Hutchins, Curry 4H, tag 72050. New Mexico breadwinners in the Dorset class. First place, Mickey New, raised by Duffy. Third place, Drannon Young, breeder Blackburn. Fourth place, Levi Dunlap, breeder Duffy. Seventh place, breeder Burrow. Please bring Dorset Class 2 to the gate. Fine will cross to the gate. Fine will cross class 2 to the gate. Fine will cross class 2.
Well, as we move into our Fine Wool Cross division, really nice class, lightweight class here that brings us some diversity. We've got some sheep that are on the upper end of the weight category, this frame and weight and size, a little bit more mature, and then we got some little bit more prospecty ones in here. And to me, my objective is to get the best ones to the front and just continue to work through them. But a really nice top 5 to work with and some differences in them. I'll tell you how I see them. Lead off with the weather. To me, I think he kind of seals the deal when he comes in the gate or when we put him in motion. That's his best view. That sheep is really built right in terms of his foundation. He's heavy structured. He's opened up at the ground. And then he can just use his joints and his angles so effectively. Laid back in his shoulder, his hip and hind leg flexes and moves right. He keeps everything together, balanced. He's a moderate frame sheep, but he's still got some extension out of the top of his shoulder. He's muscular. He's opened up. He's fresh. He's not perfect, but I think that sheep does a lot of things right. I just like his balance, his quality, his structure, and his build. And I think with all that, and this guy judging, he becomes a pretty logical place to start. Whether it's going to come in second, I think follows him really good. A sheep that's, again, moderate framed. He's really opened up. A sheep that's got a big forearm, big rib cage, really big behind his shoulder. Sheep that's got a big old hip in him. And when we get him propped up on the side, I think he balances up good. Is he as elite looking as the weather we started with? I don't think so. He's not as shallow. He's not as good up in his shoulder and front end. He's not as good in his spine. And then when we put him in motion, the telltale sign, he just can't use his hind leg as effectively as our winner. He can't reach and go out of his hip like that one. He just doesn't hold himself together and balances good. That's a nice, moderate frame, muscular sheep that when he's stuck, I think balances up plenty good, and he makes for a really nice top pair in this class. Congratulations to her. Whether we're going to have in third is one that's really when you're on the approach, he's a muscular sheep. He's really got a big terminal shape to his rack, really big and expressive out of his hip. We back off and look at him on the side. I like the upper half of his skeleton. He planes out nice. Down low, he just wants to maybe narrow up just a little bit. We get him in motion, gets a little more upright in his joints, a little straighter. We just don't find the balance. He doesn't put himself together in terms of quality, silhouette, and freshness as those two in front of him, but a real nice sheep to have there in third. Whether that's going to come in fourth is one that you like at times, especially when we get him in motion. I think it's probably his best view. Just a sheep that's heavy structured. He's flexible. He maintains some width, some muscularity. Maybe gets just a little bit plainer in his body shape compared to those three in front of him. A little plainer in his muscle shape. But I think just a real nice, solid sheep that's built good and has some freshness and some dimension to him. Whether it's going to come in fifth is one that you like when you get your hands on him. If you're a guy that really just wants to get up on him and handle him and grab a hold of one's rack, he could move up a couple spots. He's really expressive, really has a nice trim shape to him, a big expressive hip. He's really shallow. He's up-fronted. To me, when you really break him down and study him of those top 5, he's easily the narrowest underneath. He's the narrowest in his chest. He's the narrowest in his knees. He's a little straight and upright through his knees. We could just pull him apart, starting at the ground, and work all the way through the middle part of his body for what I personally like. He'll give you a nice silhouette, but I think that one just needs to truly be more opened up and a little more productive for what I like. A really, really nice class, a competitive class of Fine Wool Crosses to get started with. Congratulations, each and every one of them. Let's give them a nice hand.
Results for the Fine Wool Cross Class 1. First place, Wyatt Bullion. Tag 84692. Second place, Mickey New, Texaco FFA, tag 72121. Third place, Remington Hunt, Texaco FFA, tag 72045, bred by Blackburn. Fourth place, Mickey New, Texaco FFA, tag 72108, bred by Blackburn. Fifth place, Aubrey Young, Tatum FFA, tag 72742. Sixth place, Carson Kircher, Dora FFA, bred by Kircher. Please bring Mutton Cross Class 1 to the show gate. Mutton Cross Class 1.
Really nice class of heavyweight fine wool crosses. My compliments to the exhibitors in this class as we work our way down. I thought probably one of the more challenging classes to sort, just because there's lots of nice sheep in here and not a lot of sorting factors as we just move through there, not a lot of differences in them. So again, personal preferences and priorities and what I see and what I like, and I'll try to depict those to you the best I can. I thought there was a logical thing to do and lead off with the young man in the blues weather. He's the one that when we come in the ring, the first couple steps in, I think he's the one that you identify with as being the high-quality sheep in here. Really has a nice look to him and presentation. He's up-fronted. He's level spine. He's got some structure and some stoutness down low. He's got some muscle shape and dimension working down the back of his shoulder and across his hip, and you can just identify with that look of quality. We get up on him, and I think there's enough there. He's not going to blow you away with muscle. He's really fresh out of the back of his shoulder. Maybe fades a little bit as he comes across his loin. Probably my biggest question on him, or where I'd change him, is as he goes away from you, you'd probably stouten him up in the way that he goes down to the ground. He wants to bring his hocks in ever so slightly. I'm not one that's going to hammer on their loins or whatever, but sheep just kind of fades a little bit as he comes to the back half of his skeleton. But I think he becomes a logical winner because he's the fresh, good-looking show sheep that has enough muscle, and young man does a nice job of getting him shown. Congratulations. From there, we get a little more challenging decisions to make. I still went with the young man in the pink shirt. I thought his weather was the most terminally driven. As you get out of the back of his shoulder, he's big and square and expressive. Got a nice shape to the middle part of his body, big and bold out of his hip, opens up through his chest with a big forearm, probably even leaves us truer and squarer than our class winner. His problem is when we back off and look and put that all together in a better look, and you see it in motion as well, but I think you just got to kind of tone things back and say, hey, that's a really carcass driven sheep that's got some muscle and some balance and some freshness to him. We just like to put him together a little bit better. Sheep that comes in third is one that is going to transition a little better in terms of his lines, his top line. He's a sheep that has some big fresh shape to him. We back off and look at him from the side. I thought he was just a little plainer in his look, a little flatter in his muscle, maybe a little flatter in his rib. Descends to his lower skeleton. We like to stouten him up at the surface ever so slightly. But I think a nice competitive weather that's presented good, really fresh, really bold. A sheep that just kind of fits nice and safe in third. Whether it's going to come in fourth is one that you like when you get up on him and study him just in terms of terminal shape. Really expressive out of the back of his shoulder, big square loin, big hip in him. I think his problem comes, again, when shorter in relation to his height, maybe just a little harder and tighter in his spine, a little more rigid in his structure when we get him into motion, especially of those top four. I thought he was the one that just couldn't get out and go and loosen up his spine and reach off of both ends. So that's ultimately where he's going to find his way in fourth. Got a fine wool sheep fine wool appearing sheep that going to find his way in fifth. I thought he's one that sits here because he's got some design and some balance. We got him out in motion, or we get him on the side. I like his silhouette. I like his look. I like his top line. But when we try to work him up any higher, I think he just really needs to be more opened up, especially underneath and out of his hip. But a nice sheep that's got an athletic look to him and some quality. A really good group of sheep, again, just gets really tough and challenging as we sort through them. A really close competitive class of fine wool crosses. If you will, you're standing around ringside. Let's give these young exhibitors all a nice big round of applause.
Results for Class 2 Fine Wool Cross. First place, Creed Hughes, Eddie 4H, tag 83686. Second place, Mason Pipkin, Curry 4H, tag 72099. Third place, Clansley Conklin, Eddie 4H, tag 83753. Fourth place, Remington 72047, bred by Duffy. Sixth place, Divya Summers, Doña Anna 4H, tag 73307. Sorry, I think I skipped fifth place, Ranley Kruger, Tatum FFA, tag 72669.
Well, we've had a really exciting show up to this point. Our first real breed drive, I guess you'll say, and so we get to compare a couple classes, and I think we've got some decisions and some challenges to make, but some really good sheep out here. Really pleased with what we have standing in front of us, and I'm very confident with the decisions we made thus far. I'll talk them real briefly, tell you where I'm at, and we'll pick you a champion in reserve. Started with this lighter weight class, a real nice pair of weathers. We lead off with one, to me, that's just better built. I really like his structure and his design, the way he's assembled and put together, his balance, his qualities, really good. I think he's the leader in this particular group for that. I think he's the leader in build and width and forearm and openness to skeleton, the way he opens out of the backside of his body. I guess the only question you have, or you might have concerns with, does he just look like a prospect sheep? I didn't really even go check the weights on him. He's a little younger, a little more immature. Is he a little too prospecty for you? But sure like the way that one's built and constructed, and he really follows with my kind. Sheep that followed him in class was one that I think fit him well, just in terms of a muscular, moderate frame sheep, balances up nice. Has some really good pieces in terms of his width and dimension. Probably just doesn't get out and go as good, and that's where you question him a little bit as you bring him into contention or consideration, is maybe doesn't move as athletic and as high quality as a couple other sheep, but I think a really nice, moderate frame, muscular one. We just got done talking our heavyweight class. I like that sheep. I think I'm just attracted to him for his quality, for his balance. Young man does a great job of getting him shown. He's a competitor. He brought a sheep in here that hits the ring with some presence. He gets him set up. He looks like a show sheep. He looks like a sheep that is prepared and ready to have his best day. And I guess to me, when I get critical of him, I just change him as I come to the back half of his skeleton, maybe fades a little bit over his loin, out of the back of his hip and down to the ground. I have a few questions there, but young man's done a really nice job of getting him shown and presented. Very high quality sheep. Talk that one in second. A really muscular sheep. Probably of the four, he's the one that's the least attractive to look at because of his top line and the way he moves around, but a really terminally driven sheep. So we got some differences in here. We got some options, but I think a really competitive group of fine wool crosses. Most importantly, if you will, let's give all our fine wool cross exhibitors a round of applause. I'll show you who I like for champion in reserve.
Champion Fine Wool Cross, Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite, tag 84692. Reserve Champion Fine Wool Cross, Creed Hughes, tag 83686.
Well, every time I get on the mic, I feel like I'm about to have to sing karaoke, but good music and good vibes. Nonetheless, as we move to our Mutton Cross division, I think a really nice class. Probably, for me, the most challenging class that we've worked through and sorted through, mainly because I don't find a sheep. And let's work off of that. I think that there's some real difficult decisions, lots of different options, lots of different kinds of sheep, and that's okay. Just got to work through them, and I'll tell you kind of how I see them. We lead off with this funky colored weather. To me, he's the sheep that kind of puts it together in terms of having the most width of skeleton. You get up on him, he's really massive up high in terms of his shape and dimension. Back off from the side, I think he's a sheep that still balances good. Problem is when we get him out in motion, and where I still have some questions, is he just doesn't want to get out and lead and look like a quality show sheep that's up-headed, really get himself together. And I think it's partly his attitude, and it's partly just a little bit of the way he's built. He's just maybe not that high-headed, real athletic kind of sheep, and so I have a hard time just being sold on him 100%, but I like his body shape, I like his width and his muscularity. I still think he balances up good enough. I think he's more than acceptable in terms of his structure, so that's where we go. Follow him with a white weather there in second. I like him just a little bit better in motion in terms of athleticism. I probably like him just a little bit better sitting on the side, just the way that he puts himself together. I get up on him and he gets just a little plainer. He gets has a little more condition on him. Just doesn't read with the amount of shape and expression down his top and out of his hip. Just kind of leaves me questioning his genuine look when I step in behind him. I like his balance. I like his build, and I thought that he needed to just kind of keep working himself into second. Whether we have in third, I had a spot higher on the initial sort. He's a sheep that has a quality look to him. We set him into motion. He's one that you do identify with. A sheep that's good built. He's high-headed. He's athletic. He's level designed. He has enough muscle. We get him set up on the side and really analyze him. At times, he just doesn't want to put himself together as good. He flank and back out of his hip just doesn't probably progress with the kind of width that the two sheep in front of him, but I think a nice high quality good built sheep that's really fresh and good looking and has some advantages over a couple of sheep that are going to follow him. Congratulations to her. Whether we got in fourth is one that I like a lot of things about him. Get up on him. He's as expressive and as hard handling as any, as if that's what you like. He's got some stoutness of feature, some bone and some width at the ground. When you get in right behind him or a 3/4 view is when you really have a question. He just looks a little narrower in the middle part of his body. He looks narrower in his flank. Maybe looks a little too shallow and too up off the ground for me and relative to what he's got. And I just maybe leave question if that sheep just really needs a little more on him to make him look better today. I don't know, but I think a really nice sheep, and I have a hard time figuring out exactly where he fits and how he fits in the puzzle. But to me, that 3/4 view is one that perplexes me just a bit on him. Same with the sheep in fifth, a nice outline sheep, a long neck sheep, and those two in fourth and fifth counter what we have on the top of the class in terms of extension, length of body, having some extra look to them. However, when we get into them, I just don't know if there's enough of them in terms of the way they open up in the middle part of their body, the way they transition back to their flank, the spread out of their pins, and just having enough natural width of skeleton. And so that's where I fall on him too as well. But a nice sheep, I think he looks good at times, and at times one maybe wants to pull back and maybe not show himself off as good. But a really nice class as we work on down some ewe lambs, some wethers that have some really good pieces, maybe just don't hit you as hard today in terms of quality, but an awfully Mutton Crosses, if you will. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results for Mutton Cross Class 1. First place, Caden Ramage, Roswell FFA, tag 85284, Breeder Duffy. Second place, Micah Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 73196, Breeder Blackburn. Third place, Lindy Otis, tag 84115. Fourth place, Lauren Turner, Santa Fe 4-H, tag 84446. Fifth place, Jayton Morris, Fort Sumner FFA, tag 72312. Just a reminder that there will be no lunch break for the sheep show. No lunch break today.
Well, a real nice class of heavyweight mutton crosses, and I thought a real definitive top five of weathers that are all really nice. Have lots of differences in the way they're constructed and built, the way they look when you get up on top of them, and you might be looking from the outside and not seeing what I'm seeing, but get up on them, and man, there's a lot of differences in these sheep and the way they're built, they're put together, their freshness, their shape, their dimension, the way that all the things and pieces fit together, and it becomes obviously priorities of your own and what you like. And so as we start moving to the front of the class, I thought this young lady's wether just kind of became the fault-free sheep. He's one that probably of the top five is the most immature. Looks really young and youthful, but I think with that, he's a sheep that's really constructed nice. He's got some width at the ground, really opens up good through the middle part of his skeleton. If you want to get up on one and just look at shape and dimension and squareness and progression, he's really good. He's got a lot of a turn and upper skeleton shape, really nice out of his hip, a sheep that balances good, has a nice silhouette. Maybe we could just drop him down in his flank a little bit. But the big thing on him is when you get him out in motion, he just really doesn't want to cooperate with us and really be that show sheep that goes out and takes the lead. And that's probably the thing I'd probably change about him is just get a little more comfortable with him in the ring and the way that he handles himself and wants to be that winner. But I think he is the logical place to begin, one that's really opened up and shapely and fresh and square and balances up good. And his dimensions fit together the best for me in terms of his size and weight and width and length of body. I just like his balanced look to be a nice place to begin. From there, we get into some challenges. I'm going to go with this young lady's big sheep that comes in next, a really big outline, long-bodied, really extended sheep. It's got some really up-fronted, really level-spined, a sheep that's maybe a little bit more modest in his muscle as you back off and look at him, but a sheep that's got some quality, really good hind legs sit in him, really can go with some comfort, some flexibility. We get up on him in terms of shape, maybe a little bit more nondescript than what I like, but as you can tell, I'm not a guy that really likes to handle them, so I back off and look at that sheep. He's a high-quality sheep. He's built nice. Where'd you change him? I'd like to shorten him up a little bit in his length of body. I'd like to get his neck back up on his shoulder, just change the way that he looks a little bit there, and maybe give him a little more aggressive turn to his upper body, and you can just see that from the outside. You don't even have to put your hands on him. But I think a nice, really high-quality sheep, and that's why he works his way in a second. The sheep in third's a lot like him. They're bigger outline sheep that really have some length of body to them, and maybe too much. This sheep probably a little more aggressive than the sheep in front of him in second in terms of his handle and shape and squareness. But to me, he probably gets even just a little lazier in his top line, and as we get him in motion, gets his shoulder opened up, his toes poke out a little bit, we start losing just a little more balance with him. And I thought the quality advantage, the look and the presence advantage belonged to the sheep that we had in second, and I thought those pair of sheep just fit together. I like the balance, the look of the sheep in second a little bit better, but a really nice sheep that's presented good. Young lady does a nice job of getting him shown. The wether in third is one that you, from the outside, you go, well, there's the really stout one. There's the heavy structured one that's got a big old hip, big heavyweight kind of sheep that's really terminally driven. To me, I see those things, but I also get into him and we start putting him into motion and looking at him. He's a sheep that maybe gets a little clumsier looking than what I'd like. He just doesn't have the quality, the athleticism of those sheep in front of him. He bogs down a little bit in his front shoulder, just gets a little lazier looking, not quite as coordinated in his motion. And then when we get it right up on top of him, he's one that just gets a little more nondescript, a little plainer, a little staler in his look, if you will, maybe a little bit more mature. But I do like some things about him, and I do identify with that being a big, stout, wide-made, big hip sheep that's got some really good parts to him. I think maybe if we could, 2 months ago, he might have been just more dialed in and ready and fresher. That might have been the difference maker on one like that. Sheep that comes in fifth is a little more like him, a really wide-made, stout constructed sheep that's opened up in his rib cage, opened up in his hip from the outside. Boy, you really like that turn to his hip and his upper body shape. To me, he just doesn't look as fresh. We get up on top of him, he just fades to his loin, just fades in his handle and his look and his shape. We get him in motion, and you can see it as well. He just doesn't look as sharp and as crisp and as high quality as some of those sheep in front of him, and that's the sort on those in a really tough class. As we continue to work our way down, we've got a really competitive class. We've got some ewe lambs that maybe just don't have the pop and shape and terminal look. We've got some wethers that just get a little flatter as we work our way on down, but a really, really nice class. My congratulations to each and every one of you. If you're standing around ringside, let's give them a nice hand.
Results for the Mutton Cross Class 2. First place, Libby Motiset, Texaco FFA, tag 72142. Second place, Presley Cavett, Quay 4H, tag 73180. Third place, Kaya New, Texaco FFA, tag 72111, Breeder Steen. Fourth place, Levi Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72123, Breeder Dunlap. Fifth place, Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite, Rio Arriba 4H, tag 84695. Please bring Division 1 Blackface Class 1 to the show gate. Blackface Class 1 to the show gate.
Well, a real strong division of button crosses. Again, another breed champion decision to make, and real pleased with what we have out here. I will say, in both classes, maybe a little bit more challenging to sort through. Lots of depth, lots of quality, but not a lot of differences in the sheep. And as we worked our way to the top, still pleased with what we have out there, and we really have some different kinds of sheep in the breed drive, and that's okay with me. We'll talk them and sort through them. We started off in that first class with a sheep that kind of came to the front just because he was one of the most opened up sheep in there in terms of width and muscle, and still could balance up good. We talked about him, if we change him in motion, he wants to get a little tied up in his front end, and he was a sheep that just didn't really get out there and kind of own the ring in terms of presence and quality and motion. But I think if you're standing around ringside, you can see a sheep that's got some width, some muscle shape, some stoutness to him, and still balances up and puts himself together in a really fresh, youthful package as well. Had that white sheep that came in second, maybe gives you a little better silhouette from the side in terms of extension and lines. Get up on him, maybe just a tick plainer in his shape as we study him down the top of his skeleton. Just a little more fat cover on him, maybe not the trimness and genuine shape, but a real nice pair that came out of that lighter weight division. Just got done talking our heavier weight class. We got a sheep that came out of that class that's really fault-free in his look. Very, very fresh, very quality in his balance. If you back off and look at that one, he's really good in his top line. He's good in his shoulder, hip and hind legs nice. We again talked about him. He doesn't want to just own the ring himself. The way he acts, his attitude, he just doesn't really get out and collect himself and put himself into motion quite like I would like one. But I think that one's becomes a really logical sheep in that particular class because he's so complete and so balanced. Our second place sheep, to his demise a little bit because he gets a little plainer, a little weaker in his top line, but identified with his quality. I like his look. I like his balance. I like his hind leg. I like the way he's put together. I like backing off and looking at him, and I think he does have some presence coming in. So a real nice drive. I think a competitive set of sheep. Lots of things come into contention, lots of things work in your mind, but I think a really, really competitive set. If you will, let's give these mutton cross exhibitors a nice hand. I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
Champion Mutton Cross, Libby Motiset, tag 72142. Reserve Champion Mutton Cross, Presley Cavett, tag 73180.
Attention, attention in the steer barn. All market steers, market heifers, we will begin classification in 5 minutes north of the barn out on the grass area. Bring all your British steers, American steers, and market heifers to the grass area north of the barn out by the wash rack. 5 minutes, we will begin. Thank you. Also in the steer barn, if you had a New Mexico bred steer or market heifer and you did not get them entered online, you may still do so in the junior livestock office. If you did not get a New Mexico bred steer or market heifer entered online, you're still able to do that today in the junior livestock office. Thank you.
Division 1, Blackface, Class 2 to the show gate, please. Class 2 to the gate.
Well, I know we have an exciting blackface division in front of us. Lots of classes, lots of numbers. It's going to be fun to sort through, and I promise you, I'm going to lock in and get engaged and just give you everything I got and just try to, just transmit my genuine feelings to you, what I see and what I think. And man, it's going to be fun. I'm excited. This class really gets things kicked off in the right way. I thought we had a really logical place to begin. The young lady's weather, to me, kind of dominates this class when he comes in. A good-looking sheep that's balanced. He's good built. Get up on him. Plenty of shape and dimension. Really fresh. I think he just becomes a real logical place to begin. From there, I thought we had some differences in those two sheep, and we could probably go a couple different directions. Ultimately, I thought this sheep in second was just better in motion. I like the way he sets his shoulder blade in a little better. A sheep that's got plenty of muscle down his top probably presents himself more consistently and better balance from the side. We'd change him just a little bit as we move back into the middle part of his body, maybe just expand him and open him up. He's got some nice shape up high, but I thought the longer we studied him and put him together, I thought that became a little bit more of a fault-free wether. I identify with the Hampshire wether that comes in third. I like his stoutness of structure. I like his extra base width. I like his boldness. I really like him from his last rib back and the way that he opens up. At times, he's just not as consistent in his look. We get him in motion. His shoulders want to open up, and we get a little too much going forward, not enough coming back in relation to just balance and the way they look and the way that everything proportions together. Like that kind of sheep, I just don't think that he maybe fits as good together as the two sheep in front of him, and so we had to just ding him a spot there. But a really nice wether to be in third. Sheep that comes in fourth gives you a nice look in terms of length of spine, shape, and expression up high. He's got some stoutness at the ground, got some quality in motion, maybe gets a little too long-bodied and just runs out of gas and flattens up as you go back. But you got to think about a sheep that's balanced and high quality and has a nice look and shape and freshness, presented good. I think he deserves to be up in the top five. We got some trade-offs in 5, 6, and 7. Went with a ewe lamb that was built with a little more width underneath her skeleton, a little stouter, a little more opened up in her chest and center body. Again, I think these ewe lambs are a little bit at a disadvantage when we back off and look at them. I think they flatten out in their muscle pattern. They just start taking on a female, a little bit more of a maternal look, and it just doesn't fit in as good with some of these wethers, and that's my personal opinion. But I think that's where we get into some issues with some ewe lambs there in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Really nice class of blackface to get started. If you're standing around ringside, let's give these kiddos a big, nice round of applause.
Results for Class 1. First place, Jade Perea, Estancia FFA, tag 84104. Second place, Lauren Turner, Santa Fe 4-H, tag 84002. Third place, Braden Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 73193. Fourth place, Avery Pipkin, Texaco FFA, tag 72097. Fifth place, Clansley Conklin, Eddie 4-H, tag 83749. Division 1, Class 3 to the show gate. Division 1, Class 3.
Well, another really nice class. Class 2 brings us some challenges, some difficulties as well, but a deep class, a class with some quality in it. I thought this top 5 is really strong, and as we work our way through it, I thought the young ladies' weather just kind of became a logical place to start. He's a sheep that kind of dominates the group, and just in terms of stoutness, clearance at the ground with the skeleton, just the way that he's presented, his fresh look, his muscularity, his combination of just being a stout, rugged, opened up sheep that's still athletic and has plenty of muscle, I think kind of makes him a logical place to begin in this particular class. At times, a sheep that maybe you could just get a little better in his lines and just make him just iron out just a bit to be critical of him, sharpen him up just a little bit in a few places. But I think, again, a really nice sheep to begin with. Congratulations to her. Does a really good job of getting him shown. Whether that comes in second, it's a high-quality sheep. Sheep that's got a lot of presence, really a high-headed, athletic sheep that's got some bone and some stoutness to him. Get off on the side of him. He's got a really good silhouette in terms of quality and look. Problem is, you get up on him, you just don't know if there's quite enough of him. You just like to open him up all the way through his entire skeleton, and that's the one main thing you change about that one. Looks like a sheep that's a little harder doing, and for a guy that likes some production and some width in him, I question him a little bit there, but I thought in this particular class, his quality, his look, and his balance kind of kept him up there in that top 2. From there, we got, again, a few decisions to make. I like the young man's weather, just in terms of having a little bit more to him in terms of with the skeleton. You get right up on him. He's just more opened up out of the back of his shoulder, across his loin, and out of his hip than the weather that's going to be in fourth. When we get him in motion, to me, he gets a little hard in his shoulder, a little straight in his knee. We like to just comfort him and relax him just a little bit there. But I think a sheep that's got some nice pieces, presented well, really fresh, really muscular. That's his advantage over the weather in fourth, who I really like his silhouette. The sheep in fourth has a great look to him, a good build, enough width, a really nice balanced look. The high-headed athletic sheep, got a good spine and hip and hind leg to him. We get up on him, he just looks a little stale. He looks like a sheep that needs just to be a little fresher in terms of his muscle shape and condition and hide. If we could do that, I think that sheep could slide up a couple spots because I like his build and I like his look. I just don't know if there's quite enough of him when we get right up on him. Sheep in fifth is a little fresher looking. He's got a nice shape to his top, a big turn to his loin and hip. Problem to me is when we get him in motion, he gets a little tighter spined. He wants to get a little higher right in the middle of his back, a little straighter in his shoulder, a little straighter out of his hock, but a terminally driven wether that's got some muscle and still got some balance. Really nice sheep to round out our top 5. Really competitive class all the way down. Congratulations, each and every one of them. Again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 3 to the show gate, please. Class 3. Results, Class 2, first place, Jade Perea, Estancia FFA, tag 84103. Second place, Christopher Turner, Santa Fe 4-H, tag 84001. Third place, Cody White, Curry 4-H, tag 72094. Fourth place, Keaton Sumrall, Curry 4-H, tag 72057. Fifth place, Kendra Smith, Estancia FFA, tag 84125. Last call for British, American, or market heifers classification north of the barn on the grassy area. This is your last call. Division 2, Class 1 to the gate. Division 2, Class 1 to the gate.
Well, another really nice class, and I think as it continues to get just more competitive, I think personal preference comes into play even more. You just start finding minute things that you change, and it's going to sound like I'm pretty critical, but some really good sheep out here that are presented really nice, and my compliments to the exhibitors for bringing out a really nice class. As we work our way through them, I thought this top 5 was really strong, really competitive, and as I got those 5 out there, I thought that the 3 that kind of became a trio of sheep that were all a little bit different, but sheep that suited me pretty good and had some trade-offs. And ultimately, I thought the young ladies, whether we lead off with, is kind of a combination of the 2 sheep. He puts together some really good strengths of the sheep in second, some really good strengths of the sheep in third, puts it together in a package that I think is very pleasing. Just a really fundamentally good built sheep. He'll hit the ring with some presence, some quality, some balance, some proportionality, some width at the ground, some flexibility and comfort. Very muscular when you get up on top of him. He's not the most muscular. He's not the freshest, but a sheep that's more than adequate in terms of his shape. I like his balance. I like where his chest is. I like his freshness. And I'm not a guy that's all about using the most complete one, but I think he ultimately, the longer we study him, he becomes a sheep that's really sensible, really a logical sheep that puts together the most good in this particular class, and one that I feel comfortable using. Now, I really like the sheep in second. He's the one that you identify with his presence, his hamp look, his extra boot wool, his immense amount of quality. For those things, a sheep that he puts that all together. When he comes in the ring, you just have to notice him. He's very fresh looking. He's got a nice set of feet and legs on him, really high-headed. But when we really start studying him, I thought a sheep that just didn't open up as good in his forerib and the upper part of his body, maybe didn't open up as good in his chest floor. I like his hip and his hind leg. I just don't think he's as true, as genuine in terms of his body shape, his sheep on either side of him. But I think a sheep that's really high quality. He looks like a show sheep, and I identify with his kind pretty quickly when he comes in the gate. So I kept him up there in the running. Just need to open him up a little bit more. Sheep that comes in third is one that's probably the most opened up. Really good in terms of his body shape, really big down the top of his skeleton, really big out of his hip, wide base, rugged, stout made, and opened up. I thought of those initial three when we got him in motion. He was the least attractive sheep. He was a little rougher in his top line, maybe a little steeper in his hip, just didn't hold himself together with as much quality. And so maybe we could just change him there, make him a little more elite in his look and balance and design as he comes in the ring. But a nice sheep nonetheless. Congratulations to her. Young man brings us another nice sheep in fourth, one that you back off and look at him. He puts some things together good, a high-quality sheep. You get up on him. He's probably as muscular, surprisingly, as any of them, just in terms of his shape and freshness and tone down the backside of his skeleton. I guess I get in a few problems with him when I back off from the side and just try to put his look together. I'd probably change where his chest and flank relation is, maybe just change him out of his hip, lengthen him a little bit. I don't think things fit together and balance and proportion as good as the three sheep in front of him. Just his underline, his balance, his look, his presence is maybe just not quite there. Young man does a really nice job of getting him shown, presented. He's very fresh, he's very muscular, but a sheep that just doesn't balance and hit my eye quite as good as the three in front of him. Sheep that's going to round out our top five is a high quality one. Got a nice hind leg to him, got some presence, some skeleton to him, some design. I just thought when we really get up on him and study him in terms of turned upper body, mid-rib shape, he just gets a little flatter, a little plainer, a little more nondescript in the way that he comes into the middle part of his rib, the backside of his skeleton. I like his silhouette, his look, his balance, his quality, his feet, his hip and hind leg. We just need to put a little more to him in the middle part of his body. Really nice class, very competitive class. If you're standing around the ring, again, let's give these kiddos a big, nice round of applause.
Division 1 first and second place winners to the gate. Division 1 first and second place winners. Results for Class 3 Division 1 first place Caden Ramage, Roswell FFA, tag 85283, bred by Duffy. Second place Micah Lightfoot, Logan FFA, 73192. Third place, Aspen Hughes, Eddie 4H, tag 83688. Fourth place, Christopher Turner, Santa Fe 4H, tag 84017. Fifth place, Lindy Otis, Estancia FFA, tag 84119. First place, Class 1, Jade Perea, tag 84104. Second place, Class 1, Lauren Turner, tag 84002. Class 2, first place, Jade Perea, tag 84103. Second place, Christopher Turner, tag 84001. Class 3, first place, Caden Ramage, tag 85283. Second place, Micah Lightfoot, tag 73192.
Well, a really nice blackface division here in our first division. Great way to get started and get things going. I can feel the competitiveness just coming through the sheep and through the atmosphere, and it's a fun to be a part of it. It's exciting, some really good sheep. I know we got a lot more to go, and so I'll get on to picking you a champion reserve. We'll talk them real briefly, and I'll show you the two I like. Started the day with this lightweight class. I think this was the first sheep to walk in the ring, and I still like him. He hit me pretty hard coming in. He uniquely combines a stout look, a muscular, fresh look with balance, with quality. Yes, he's immature. He's a little bit on the prospecty side, but boy, that sheep really has got a nice look and silhouette to him. Sets his feet down right. Boy, is he fresh and youthful, and man, I think that one's really put together right and does a lot of things good. One that's softly high quality. I like him quite a bit. Sheep that was second in there, a sheep that's really big and muscular down his top, really heavy structured sheep. Maybe just doesn't fit together quite as good in terms of balance as some of these on the front line, but a sheep that I think is really nice and deserved to be second in that particular class. We went to our middleweight class, a really stout-made sheep. He's the one that you see out here. He's really rugged. He's big-footed, really opened up, really wide at the ground. I like those things about him. A sheep that's still got plenty of shape and dimension down his top. Maybe for me, when he comes in the ring, probably doesn't hit the ring with that extra quality, that look, that design and balance, that sharp look. There's a couple others in here, but I like his stoutness. I like his ruggedness and his build. A really nice sheep in that division. Sheep that came second in there was the really extended, really really tall fronted sheep that's really out there in terms of his look and skeleton. Maybe just a little narrower made. Maybe we could just open him up a little bit relative to some others, but I think that sheep's really nice as well. We just got done talking our heavier weight class, a tough class, a class that presented some challenges. We brought this sheep out of here, I think a fault-free sheep that's really opened up, really powerful in his handle and width and dimension, a sheep that still balances good. He's not one that I have to say when he comes in the ring that just blows me away with look, but you start checking the boxes and that sheep's pretty nice. He's got a nice look to him, a good build to him, really muscular. His body, his proportions are really nice. We got the Hampy Weather there in second. Love his quality, love his balance, his design, his build. Maybe just narrows up just a little bit in the middle part of his body and his upper skeleton relative to a couple on this front line when we're trying to get them really spread apart. But lots of sheep in contention, lots of interesting things in here that are a really strong way to start our blackface division. If you will, let's congratulate all our Division I blackface exhibitors. I'll go show you the two I like.
Division I champion, Jade Perea. Reserve champion, Caden Ramage. Exhibitors will have pizza in about an hour, so be on the lookout. Class 2 to the gate, please. Class 2. Thank you, exhibitors.
Really good class. Lots of good sheep in here, very competitive. And, again, I say that it's time to get a little more critical because we're not just looking for good sheep. We're looking for ones that can really put it all together. And so you got to be a little more picky and work on some details and figure out where you want to be. I thought that trio kind of worked their way up. The sheep that kind of hit me hard coming in the ring that have some presence, some balance, some stoutness, some width. And then, again, we got to get picky. We got to get critical and find what we like. Young man in the red shirt, to me, that sheep leads off because his ability to get around the ring with more proportionality, the way that his joints are laid into his body, the way his shoulder is laid onto his skeleton, the way he balances through the middle part of his body with more width. I think his proportions are just a little bit better and truer right there. I like his top line a little better. I like the way that he transitions from his top into his spine and back out of his hip and hind leg. And I just think there's more balance, there's more quality. And for a guy that's not big on just getting my hands on him, I like to back off and just watch the sheep move and come at me and go away from me. And to me, he does that the best. He does it the most effectively in a stout, wide skeleton with muscularity, with proportionality, and with real function. And I thought he was the one that just kept coming to the top for me. Congratulations to him. Young lady that's going to have her weather in second, she just shows the wheels off this thing. Boy, when she gets him set up, she makes you question your decision a little bit on the side because she just gets him leveled out. He's huge behind his shoulder. He's undoubtedly the biggest and squarest right behind his blade. Really got a nice silhouette. And from the side, his front end assembly looks really good, and things come together really good. Blades tilted just a little too far forward. It stays a little too far ahead of his body. We get a little rougher, a little bumpier in his top line in motion. He just doesn't have that real athletic look, that balance and that proportion of that sheep that let off. And that's being really picky because that sheep's really got a tremendous shape to him. And when she gets him lined out on the side, boy, he's one that would take a nice backdrop picture as well. But when you really get him in motion and study him, their build, their skeleton, I don't think he's as true and as accurate, especially out of his front end as the sheep we lead off with. That's a deciding factor for me. A really, really good pair up on top. Congratulations to both of them. Young man in third has one that really gives you a nice look. A sheep that's really tall fronted, really got some big feet, heavy structured, really gives a nice look out of the front part of his body, level down his top and out of his hip. Gives you a nice look to his underline in terms of chest and flank. When you compare him to those two sheep in front of him, when you step in right behind him, I think that's where you get a little critical of him. He's a sheep that just wants to be a little narrower down the top of his skeleton and especially right out of his hip, right in his pins, right in his dock and tail head. You could just expand him and open him up. But you talk about one that's got a really good look of quality. Boy, he's nice in motion, sets his feet down, really comfortable, really correct, really level. I like that kind of livestock. I think there's enough muscle there, but when we get picky and critical, I just don't think there's quite as much there, and I think that moves him down a spot. Sheep that's going to come in fourth is one that's really wide and opened up, a heavy structured sheep that's really muscular down his top. He's got a big old square back in him, big old powerful hip to him. When we get him set up on the side, he looks pretty good in motion. Gets a little deeper in his chest, wants to drop his front end. We could just change him there, tilt all that back a little bit. We talk about a wide-made, stout, productive sheep that's muscular, still has a nice look of quality and balance. I think a sheep that belongs to be up in the top 5. Young lady brings us one in fifth that sets up really good from the side, a level design sheep that's really square and expressive in his top shape. He's level out of his hip. That last walk around the ring when we get him in motion maybe gets a little easier in his top line. Hip gets a little separated and disjointed. Hind leg doesn't get as accurate just in terms of putting together that balanced, high-quality look that we saw in some of those in front of him. I just didn't think he did quite put that together. Really nice class as we move on down. Some weathers that are really competitive, really nice. Maybe just don't have the freshness, the width, the dimension of some of these in the top end. But boy, when you get in the class of this quality, we cut it down to 15. I think we really have some sheep, and you can feel the competition stepping up. So if you will, let's give these kiddos a nice big round of applause. Nice class.
Results, Division 2, Class 1, first place, Tanner Dean, Mayfield FFA, tag 86200. Second place, Jade Perea, Estancia FFA, tag 8416. Breeder win. Third place, Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite, Rio Arriba 4H, tag 84693. Fourth place, Braden Lightfoot, Logan FFA, tag 73197. Fifth place, Avery Pipkin, Texaco FFA, tag 72105. Thank you, exhibitors. Class 3 to the gate. Class 3.
Well, another really nice class. And first of all, I want to just say congratulations to all the exhibitors in here. It's a tough class. Competition gets really, really strong and lots of good sheep. And I know there's a lot of time and money and miles and help invested into getting all these here. And there's a lot of close calls that I've got to make and some challenging decisions. But I'll talk through some of those with you. But this top 15 or whatever we got in here, particular class with a sheep that I think in a tough class, he does so pretty handily. He's one that hits the ring, and he becomes a pretty logical place to begin because he's got an immaculate presence to him and freshness. He's heavy structured, he's big footed, he's tall fronted, he's very athletic. He gives you a muscular look, he gives you an athletic look, he gives you a stout look, and he's very high quality. He's presented great, and the young lady can get him shown awfully, awfully good, and that puts together a pretty salty winning combination. Congratulations to her. Whether that comes in second, I think follows in right behind him pretty logically. If you want to back off and look at sheep or get him in motion, I think he's the one that most follows our class winner in terms of just being a up-fronted, athletic sheep that's got some width, some dimension, some shape, some power. I don't think he's as good anywhere as our class winner, but I think he's just right there behind him. He's not as wide, he's not as opened up, he's not as aggressive in his shape, he's not as high quality in his look, but he's the one that just ranks second in all those categories to me and becomes a real logical place to begin. That makes a nice pair. The young man does a nice job with him as well. We got a pair of sheep in 3 and 4 that I think are a lot alike. Two sheep that are really stout structured, have some presence, have some balance, have some quality to them, have some look to them. The blue sheep is one I really like in motion, and I give him that edge in motion. A sheep that's heavy structured, really gets his head and neck up, his top line's good, his balance is good, his proportions are good. You know, I've told you before, and I'll be right up front with you, I'm not a guy that's going to get on them and handle them and pound them to death. I think we can see so much more with our eyes and the way that livestock are built and constructed, and trying to change some nuances here and there. Sheep gets a little plainer across the edge of his loin, maybe just a little staler down his top, not quite as fresh in his look when we get up on him. But I'm not going to let that determine me from getting a sheep that's built just the way I like them, has a great presence, a great skeleton, and plenty of muscle, because you can back off and look at him and say, that sheep's got enough muscle. And so I'm not going to let those little nuances bother me. I like his kind. I like his look and presence. Again, that's why he comes up in there. I said this sheep in 4th is a lot like him because a sheep that really gives you some build and some balance and some quality and some presence. And at times on the side, you probably like him better than others. At times I caught him maybe just getting a little easy in his top line, but I do like him in motion. Just probably doesn't look as fresh as some of those in terms of his skin and his handle and his shape and his crispness compared to those 3 in front of him. I like his build. I like his kind. I like his freshness. She does a really good job of getting him presented as well. Rounds out a really nice top 4. The sheep that we got in 5th, one that really gives you a nice silhouette. He's a little different than some of them in here. He's a really upstanding, tall-fronted, super level design sheep that's got a nice look and pattern and build to him. I guess to me, when I really got in there in that top 5, you study him in the middle part of his rib cage, right underneath through his chest and sternum, just like to pull him apart in his skeleton. To me, he looks a little one-dimensional when I get him on a 3/4 view or from the side. Just like to just pull him apart with a little more skeletal width. Love his presentation, his freshness, his look is really, really good. A high-quality sheep with a great silhouette. Just need to make him a little stouter. Really good class once again. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand.
Class 2 results. First place, Jade Perea, Estancia FFA, tag 84110. Second place, Creed Hughes, Eddie 4H, tag 83692. Third place, Grayson Bollinger, Logan FFA, tag 73131. Fourth place, Sydney Harrell, Goddard FFA, tag 71809. Fifth place, Charlie Spindle, Moriarty FFA, tag 84024. Thank you, exhibitors. Division 3, Class 1 to the gate, please. Division 3, Class 1 to the gate. Division 2, first and second place to the gate. Division 2, first and second place to the gate.
Well, again, another really strong class, but a really challenging class. And I don't mind being challenged as an evaluator, but really some difficult pieces to put together and find exactly where you want to be. And I'll be the first to admit there's not one that just jumped out at me coming in the gate and said, I'm the one, but I knew this was going to be a good class. And I knew it was going to be a challenging one to sort through because lots of good sheep, lots of differences in their kind and their build. And as we go through them, I continue to come back to this whether the young man's got in the red shirt. I like his look, I like his silhouette, I like his quality and his balance. I back off and look at him, and he's the one I'm the most comfortable with just because he's just a really athletic, up-fronted sheep with a good spine. Looks like he's got enough width underneath. Body shape's good, freshness is good, quality's really good. I just identify with his kind and his look. I get up on him. There's enough muscle there. I don't question that. Where we'd change him, maybe get a little critical of him is going away. I'd like to maybe just make him a little more stable out of his hock and down to the surface and square him up just a little bit as he goes to the ground. But I like that sheep's look and balance and presence, and that's where I identify with and feel very comfortable. Sheep in second follows him. That's just a simple fact of it. Is he looks the most like him in terms of the way he's built and constructed. Sets in and proportions just a little better than some behind him. I like his look. I like his presence. I like his structure. I wouldn't say that he's perfect in motion. Probably doesn't remain as composed and athletic looking as the weather we started with. Maybe bigger and more expressive behind his shoulder. Fades just a little bit to the edge of his loin, but again, identify with his look, his quality, his balance, and his symmetry a little bit more than I do some sheep as we move on down the line. Congratulations to him. Nice weather. Sheep in third is one that I think is a really nice, solid, very complete sheep. A sheep that's got some muscular shape to him, some width down his top, balance is good, looks pretty good in motion. I just saw him at times being just a little plainer to me. Maybe planes out just a little bit out of his back of his hip and his dock. Just maybe a little plainer in his look and presence and quality compared to those two. But a nice, fundamentally solid sheep that's presented good. I just don't see him maybe being that high quality athletic one that we have in front of us in those two sheep in first and second. But a nice job, shown very well. Congratulations. Whether that comes in fourth is one that you really like when you get up on and approach him and just look down his spine, down the top of his skeleton. Boy, is he muscular. He's got a big old shape behind his shoulder, really expressive, nice big turn out of his hip and stifle. Back off and look at him, and to me, I just don't see things fitting together as good, and it starts in his neck and shoulder, the way his neck lays back onto his body. I get his blade tilted back. I'd set his spine. I'd set his back. I just set it in there a little looser, a little more comfortable, a little more even, and it just doesn't fit my eye quite as good. But boy, you think a sheep that's really got some muscular shape, some terminal product. Again, maybe we get him out in motion. Probably just doesn't have the quality look and the presence, athleticism as some in front of him, but a nice sheep. The young man's got one here in fifth that does a really nice job with. Boy, that's a stout constructed one. He's opened up. He's big. He's powerful. Stout hipped. Really got a nice big, bold turn to his upper skeleton and through his midrib. I thought of those top five when we got him out in motion. He came with the most flaws. Wants to drop his front shoulder a little bit, tighten up in his spine, maybe get a little softer in his rear pasterns, a little steeper in his hip compared to some in front of him, but a nice sheep that's presented really good. Great class, lots of quality, lots of depth. Again, if you're standing around ringside, let's give him a nice big round of applause.
Division 2, Class 3 results. First place, Tanner Dean, Mayfield FFA, tag 86198. Second place, Jericho Pino, Valencia FFA, tag 74291. Third place, Sydney Harrell, Goddard FFA, tag 71805. Fourth place, Jericho Pino, Valencia FFA, tag 74309. Fifth place, Logan Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72126. Division 3, Class 1 to the gate, please. Division 3, Class 1. First place, Class 1, Tanner Dean. First place, Class 2, Jade Perea. First place, Class 3, Tanner Dean. Second place, Class 1, Jade Perea. Second place, Class 2, Creed Hughes. Second place, Class 3, Jericho Pino.
Well, just as I thought, as we moved to our second division, things just got that much more competitive. Classes have been really strong. Sheep have been good, presented well, shown good. Some challenging decisions as we moved through there, and feel real comfortable with what we got out here. Again, I don't second guess myself. I'm very confident in what I do and what I like, and I'm confident with the sheep that we have in front of us. I'll talk them real briefly, and we'll pick you a champion in reserve here in Division 2. Started out in that lightweight division, or the lightest class in this particular division, and used a sheep that I think is real good. I mean, that one, if you back off and look at him and you study livestock, I don't care what species, his proportions are just really, really good. He's opened up. He's got a tremendous amount of shape and width, and it starts right through his chest. It goes through the middle part of his body, continues right back out of his hip. He takes it right down to the surface, and then uniquely, it's hard to find livestock that can come in that ring, maintain that presence, maintain that proportion, maintain that look and balance, and he does that really good. Just a high-quality sheep that's opened up, puts it together in a really proportioned look. He's not the heaviest muscled. He's not the most expressive. He's not the hardest handling. But as I mentioned before, I like looking at livestock in motion and the way they're put together. He does that really good. Sheep that came second in there is one that he counters him with that really expressive shape. He's huge behind his shoulder, very, very expressive, hard handling, firm, sheep that props up nice from the side, assembled good in his front end. Then we get him in motion. He maybe changes and deviates in his top line, changes in the way his front shoulder positions, and you can start to see that clear deviation in terms of look and quality, or at least I can in those two sheep, but I like them both a great deal. We moved to our middleweight class in this division, and a really nice class, and that class winner was a dominant winner. He comes out here, and that sheep has just got an immense amount of presence and quality. He's presented at a very, very high level. Love his structural stoutness and width at the ground. Love his presence, the way he gets his neck out of the top of his shoulder. Again, that's a unique combination of a sheep that's athletic, can get around the ring and maintain balance and proportion and just have plenty of muscle to it. You don't have to get your hands on him to appreciate his muscle. You can just see it. He's easy on the eyes, fits together good. I think that sheep's awfully unique and awfully good, and one that hits my eye tremendously good. Sheep that was second in there, I talked about him in class, and I think that's a good description of him. He follows this sheep that won that class, but he's not as unique anywhere. Just a really solid sheep. He's high quality. He's got a lot of presence, a lot of look. He's not as muscular. He's not as stout. He's not as good looking, but he's just a really nice sheep, and I think he fits in this division drive really good. We just got done talking our heavyweight class, a class that was maybe a little tougher to put together. I think this sheep fits on this side of the lineup because he's got that extra look and presence to him. Just an up-fronted, level design, muscular sheep that's balanced. It's high quality. Again, he's got that presence. I think of the three when we step in behind him, he's a sheep that maybe wants to disappoint you just a little bit in terms of the way his clearance to his hock, his natural width of skeleton. But I like backing off and looking at his design, his build, and I think there's plenty of muscle and freshness in him as well. Got a nice second place weather. Gives you a great look in terms of shape and handle and muscularity, and still, once again, high quality and balanced. A sheep that still fits in this drive really good. So for me, I think some sheep that suit me awfully well. I think a couple decisions have to be made. I think there's two dominant sheep in here that come to the top and suit me really well, and it comes down to those two, and I think they're awfully good. I think the most important thing, though, is let's give these kiddos a nice big round of applause and make them feel special. I'll go pick you a champion in reserve.
Division II champion, Jade Perea. Reserve champion, Tanner Dean. Please bring Class 2 to the gate. Class 2.
Well, as we move into our heavier weight division, obviously got some sheep a little bigger in stature, but some really nice sheep up here on the front end of this class. I identify with this young man's weather coming in the ring. Really hits me hard just in terms of his quality, his look, his build, his stoutness, his presence. I like the way he's constructed. Love his top line, love his hip and hind leg. A sheep that's plenty muscular, plenty fresh, good to look at. Get behind him and maybe you would make him track away just a tick wider. But I think big picture, that's the right kind of sheep. That's what I'm looking for. I thought he was a real logical place to begin. From there, I thought there was some give and take in a couple of these. I ultimately thought this young man's weather in second just had a little more width of skeleton, a little more width at the surface. Big and stout, muscular, big square hip, moves out of his hind leg with a little more authority, a little more reach, a little more comfort. I like that about him. The blue weather probably hit me a little harder coming in the ring, matches our class winner. He's a tall fronted, real athletic looking sheep that's real level, real square. Get up on him and read him just out of the back of his shoulder in the middle part of his rib, coming and going, maybe just wants to narrow up just a tick. We could open him up in his skeleton. Gets a little stilty in his knee at times, but I think a nice sheep that belongs here in third. Whether that comes in fourth, a sheep that's got some presence to him. He's got some big boots. He's high quality. He's hampy looking. I like those things about him. To me, I get up on him. He's got ample muscle. I just back off and look at him from here, and I just don't see some things blending together as good down his top. I don't see him looking as fresh in his skin and his overall look and appearance, maybe as fresh down his top. If we could fix those things, that weather goes up and moves a couple spots higher. I guess just freshness kind of gets him in trouble for me. Sheep that comes in fifth is one that on the stand you like. He's stout featured, he's heavy structured, he's really powerful in his look, he's opened up. We get him in motion, he's the roughest, he's the straightest and most upright in his joints, gets a little tighter in his spine, a little more restricted off both ends. If we could free him up, maybe we could move that one up a spot or two. But a really nice competitive top five as we work our way down. Some really, really good sheep that just found a tough class. If you will, join me in. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results for Division 3, Class 1. First place, Levi Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72132. Second place, Logan Dunlap, Curry 4H, tag 72128. Breeder Blackburn. Third place, Mickey New, Texaco FFA, tag 72116. Fourth place, Jordan Heisel, Debaca 4H, tag 72291. Breeder H3. Fifth place, Aspen Hughes, Eddie 4H, tag 83691. Class 3 to the gate, please. Class 3 to the gate.
Well, another nice class here in our heavyweight division. Again, we got some diversity of kind and type, and lots of different sheep in here to sort through. Lots of good sheep. But I thought as we started working our way forward, kind of identified with the trio of wethers that kind of worked their way to the front, all a little bit different. To me, again, I identify with the young man's wether. Just coming in the ring, I think that's a sheep that really strikes you as one that's high quality, stout featured. I like his look, I like his balance, I like his symmetry, I like the way he proportions in terms of length of body, width of body, coming at you. He's opened up, he's got a big form, muscular shape down his top and out of his hip. Is he perfect? No, we could change him just a little bit. We could change him out of his front shoulder, the way he hinges out of his knee. We could change him a little bit, lengthen him out of his hip, lengthen his stride out of his hip and hind leg. Being critical, but a sheep that still strikes you as an athletic, high quality, balanced, muscular sheep that fits that proportion, fits that look that I'm after, the kind of sheep I like, and so I think he kind of works his way to the front. Young lady that's got this blue wether, first, and I was hoping she'd make it in the top 5 because I wanted to compliment her showing and her ability. I've got a little girl at home that's just about her size, and I'm telling you, it's not easy to get a kid that size on a sheep that big and get them to do the things that she does. She does awesome. And for you young kids that are out there watching, there's proof of a shower that can just flat get it done. I mean, she works hard. She's got the right look, and man, she does a great job. She's got a nice sheep as well, but I want to compliment her on her showing. First of all, that blue wether is stout constructed. He comes in the ring. He's got some presence to him. He's got some balance. I like his spine. I like his neck and shoulder, the way it sets in. She's presented this wether really good and taken care of him good, and that gets her a long way as well. Sheep's got some muscular dimension down his top. He's not the most powerful one in here, but he fits together good. He balances good. They make a nice pair, and I think they belong up there in that second spot. She does a great job, and I congratulate her on an awesome job. Good job. Young lady that comes in third has a wether that's way out there. This one's really unique in his look. He's really shallow. He is the most muscular one. And if you want to just put your hands on one, he's got a crease down his top. He's got a huge rack. He's got a huge loin. He's got a huge hip. All those things are big and muscular and terminally driven. He's really shallow. You back off and look at him from the side. Yeah, he's got a nice look to him. To me, in the way that I look at livestock, coming in the ring, he just hits me just a little too hard in his structure. I think that muscle's got his skeleton just a little bit more tied up. Maybe we could give him a little more surface stoutness to match that power up high. We could just hinge him looser, make him just a little softer in his look, a little more comfortable in his joints, and that's where I'd change him. You got a really good weather. He's presented great. He's firm. He's fresh. He's got all those things. Just not my kind of sheep. I like them to just maybe hit me with a little more flexibility and comfort, just a little softer look personally, but a nice sheep nonetheless. Young lady's got 1 and 4 that does that. A sheep that is more comfortable. He's heavier structured, he's bigger footed, he can really go, he's got some width at the ground. Problem is when we get up high and read him in terms of muscle shape and dimension, he's the flattest one of the top 5. He's the most nondescript in his muscle shape, kind of gets a little easy in his top line, but I like that sheep in motion. I think he's an athletic sheep. He's built right, he's constructed right, he's got enough muscle to him, and when we get him lined out and shown good, you can see that's a high quality one as well. We just don't have quite enough terminal shape and width and dimension in that particular weather to move him up a spot higher. Sheep that comes in 5th is just a basic good sheep. He's got some width at the ground, he's got some muscle, he's got some bone, he's got some stoutness to him, he balances up pretty good. Really, when you back off in that top 5, I thought he was just kind of the plainest looking one in motion. Just kind of a basic good sheep that deserves to be up in the top 5 is the way I see him. But a really nice class. My congratulations to each and every one of you. An awesome class. Let's give them a nice hand.
Class 2 results. First place, Jericho Pino, Valencia FFA, tag 74290. Second place, Rayleigh Valdez, Union 4-H, tag 83830. Third place, Addison Roberson, Lee 4-H, tag 72717. Fourth place, Addison Alguerre, Katrin 4-H, tag 19366. Fifth place, Addie Fulmer, Artesia FFA, tag 83642.
Well, our final class of the day, some big stout heavyweight sheep in here, but they're certainly not mature and past their prime or whatever we typically see and stereotype them as. These sheep are fresh and youthful and have muscle shape and some really nice sheep in here to work with. I thought there was a pair of them on top that surfaced pretty quickly. When they came through the gate, I identified those two as being two stout-made, high-quality, muscular sheep that had some balance and fit together really good. And as we got that pair together and started sorting them, I think the young man's weather just hits me a little harder just in terms of his presence, his quality, and the way that everything fits into his skeleton just a little bit better. I think he's a little smoother and neater in the way that he ties up at the top of his shoulder and the way that he hooks in down his spine and down his top and out of his hip. A sheep that maybe has just a little more presence, up-fronted look, and athleticism when we get him in motion. I'm not going to tell you he's the most muscular one in here, but he's got plenty. You get up on him, he's got a big old huge top and backside in him. He's really fresh. He's still lean enough, and he still held himself together good, and a sheep that balances good. If we were to change him, we'd maybe lengthen him out of his hip, let him take a little longer reach and step out of his back leg, but I think that's a nice sheep that does a lot of things really good. The wether that comes in second, he's probably wider constructed. You get a little bit more moderate look with him, a sheep that's just really opened up in his chest and the middle part of his rib. He's huge behind his shoulder. He's bigger and stouter and square than our class winner there. He's even bigger out of his hip, and he actually even reaches a little better out of his hind leg in terms of length of step and stride. He's a sheep to me when we get him on the side or we're looking at him in motion, maybe just doesn't hit you with that elite look as the one that we let off with. Gets a little shorter in his neck and shoulder, just gets a little rougher and bumpier down his top line, maybe just doesn't blend and transition as smooth as our winner, but that's a really nice sheep, a good pair of sheep that I think belong up on the top for sure. Young lady does a really nice job with this wether here in third. He's one that's really got a nice moderate look to him, a great turn to his center body, really muscular down his top, extremely fresh in his handle, extremely fresh in his look as well. A sheep that balances up and hits you good in terms of presence. Compared to those top two, I thought he was a sheep that got just a little lower set up front, tilted his shoulder forward just a little bit, got a little tighter in his spine comparatively, maybe just didn't have as much look as those up in front of him and compared to them, but a nice sheep nonetheless. The wether in fourth has a great look. If you want to back off and look at one and just get his look put together, he's really good down his top, he's good out of his neck and shoulder, blends and balances and transitions really good. I think the problem with him is compared to those three in front of him, he's not even close compared to muscle and width and stoutness. Just gets a little flatter and narrower, a little more nondescript in his shape, but I think a really, really nice wether that's presented really good. Congratulations to her. Whether that comes in fifth is one that's really aggressive in his muscle shape. He's maybe the biggest and most shapely behind his shoulder. Big old square rack in him, big old hip in him. Just back off and look at him, and I just don't think he fits together as good. A little straighter in his shoulder, a little higher in his flank, a little tighter in his movement as we get him and put him in motion and just try to get that quality look put together. I think he just falls a little short there compared to the four in front of him. But a really nice day with. Let's give him a nice big round of applause.
Beef declarations are due in the livestock office now. Beef declarations are due. Results for Class 3, first place, Addie Fulmer, Artesia FFA, tag 83640. Second place, Addie Fulmer, Artesia FFA, tag 83646. Third place, Swayze Fulmer, Eddie 4H, tag 83644. Fourth place, Clansley Conklin, Eddie 4H, tag 83754. Fifth place, Trent Butts, Lee 4H, tag 72655. First place, Class 1, Levi Dunlap. First place, Class 2, Jericho Pino. First place, Class 3, Addie Fulmer. Second place, Class 1, Logan Dunlap. Second place, Class 2, Rayleigh Valdez. Second place, Class 3, Addie Fulmer.
Really nice heavyweight division. I think as we saw, we got up in weight. Some of those classes got a little smaller, but the quality sure stayed there. And as I mentioned in that very last class, it's maybe a foregone conclusion that some of these sheep are a little bigger or more mature or past their prime. But boy, I tell you what, you guys have done a fantastic job of getting these things dialed in and fresh and looking youthful and keeping them right and just looking like show sheep, and I think that's very, very impressive. All these 6 do that tremendously well, and I didn't see much of that as we went out through the entire heavyweight division. Again, like I did in previous divisions and breeds, I'll talk them real briefly. We'll pick you a champion in reserve. I know we got some things to move on to, so with no further ado, we started in that lightweight class here in this heavy division, and boy, if you want to back off and look at one silhouette, boy, that one paints a really nice picture. He's a hampy featured sheep with some bone and some foot and some stoutness to him. Neck and shoulder set. Hip connection is really good. Balance is really nice. That sheep just presents a good picture. Get up on him, and he's got a really nice, fresh, muscular look to him. We got critical of him maybe in class and talked about going away from you or coming at you. You'd like to maybe just pull him apart a little bit in his skeleton, just in the way that he gives you a little more base width and clearance from behind. But that's being critical of a sheep that I think does a lot of good things. And anybody that's raised them and shown them and presented them knows how hard it is to get all these things put together. There's no perfect one. And so my criticisms, I hope you take them lightly. That's a really nice sheep. Whether that came second to him in class, I like him a great deal as well. A little bit more moderate sheep that's really opened up in his skeleton, opened up in his center body, big old back and top in him and hip in him. He just maybe doesn't blend and transition quite as good at times. Gets a little pushy up on the front end and changes that balance, that look that we just term ideal. But I think that's a nice sheep that's built right. He's opened up at the ground. He's got plenty of muscle and terminal product in him. And I think he's a nice representative out here as well. We came to our middleweight class, and got a nice winner out of there. Again, I think he fits on this lineup because of his look, his balance, his quality. A sheep that's really got some presence. I like the way his head, neck, and shoulders set in to his top line, his balance, his look, his quality is there. Is he perfect? No, we could change him a few places. Sheep's got a lot of muscular shape to him. Maybe fades just a little bit compared to sheep on either side of him. As we bring him across his loin back into his dock and down to the ground, we could just spread him apart, give him a little more clearance. Maybe we could just make him hinge a little looser off of both ends, but big picture-wise, that's the kind of sheep I like to back off and look at. I think he does a lot of things good. We just change him in a few areas. Blue Weather, we talked about that young lady and how good she can show, but she's got a nice weather. He's muscular, he's square, he's shapely, but a sheep that's really got some presence and balance to him. Out here in this lineup, maybe just a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape relative to some others, but a really nice weather nonetheless. We talked that heavyweight class, got a nice pair of them here, and they came to the top pretty quickly. We talked this weather, young man's weather here. I thought his balance, his proportions, his smoothness, his transitions were a little better. Gets his neck up out of his shoulder. Top line sets in just a little better and truer. Gives you just a little more presence and look from the side. Boy, he's big topped and backed and really fresh. A sheep that maybe we get him out here with 2 in front of him that are a little more youthful looking. You start questioning, is he a little past his prime? Is he a little bigger than you'd like him or whatever? Maybe that's a question that becomes relevant for him. but certainly a nice sheep. The one that we had in second, boy, that one's got a big top in him. He's really square and muscular and shapely. Like some things about him, a sheep that's bold and square and really gets out of his hind leg good. Maybe doesn't fit in and blend quite as good as a couple we got up on this front line, but boy, I think that one's got some terminal strengths and some width and muscle, deserving to be in this particular heavyweight lineup. So all in all, I'm just very pleased with the sheep, very pleased with the quality. It's been an outstanding heavyweight division. Look forward to a drive here momentarily, and hope you stay with us to see that. At this moment, we'll pick you a champion in reserve, and I think it's only fitting to give them a nice hand.
Please bring your breed, champions, and reserves to the gate. Champions and reserves to the gate. Champion and reserve champions to the gate. Champions and reserve champions to the gate, please. Bullion Braithwaite to the gate, please. Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite to the gate. Champion Hair Sheep, Aspen Hughes. Champion Dorset, Mickey New. Champion Fine Wool Cross, Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite. Champion Mutton Cross, Libby Motiset. Division 1 Blackface Champion, Jade Perea. Division 2 Champion, Jade Perea. Division 3 Champion, Levi Dunlap. Reserve Champion Hair Sheep, Kaya New. Reserve Champion Dorset, Mickey New. Reserve Champion Fine Wool Cross, Creed Hughes. Reserve Champion Mutton Cross, Presley Cabot. Blackface Division 1 Reserve Champion, Caden Ramage. Division 2, Tanner Dean. Division 3, Jericho Pino.
Well, I don't know if I can follow up the intro. These kiddos just got into the ring, so if you will join me, let's just make them feel that much more special. Let's give them a big round of applause. First things first, I want to thank Eastern New Mexico State Fair, the staff, everyone that involved behind the scenes that make this thing happen. We're putting on a show this weekend, and I tell you what, there's a lot that goes into it that we take for granted. Us that get to show and have the opportunity to show and don't know the work that goes on behind the scenes, it's unbelievable what it takes to get one of these pulled off. I mean, it's a year in planning, lots of things happening, and I know that there's staff here, there's volunteers, and lots of people that put a lot of effort and energy into making all this thing happen, and I think that they deserve a big round of applause. Let's give them that. I do want to thank them for the invite, the opportunity to be here. As I mentioned when I started the day, I got out of college, I graduated from A&M, and I hit the trails pretty hard judging, and came to New Mexico. I was blessed to travel to this state. Seems like every weekend for about 3 years during y'all's fair season. I judged lots of county fairs, and I was blessed abundantly because my eyes got opened not only to the judging experience, but to the people. And I think that's something that you guys should hold near and dear to you. It's obvious that this is rural American people, that agriculture is a big part of their lives and what they do. This show program is a big part of their lives and how they raise their children. And that's very, very obvious. It's obvious here today. It's obvious every time I've judged a county fair in New Mexico. And I just hope that you continue that and keep that a priority because it's very special. As I mentioned earlier as well, last year was my daughter's first year to show. And boy, I was looking forward to that year, something I've looked forward to my whole life. And but boy, were was my heart just blown open with the emotions and the opportunities and so many different things that I never thought I would learn as a parent having a child showing. It's absolutely unbelievable, the things that you go through and the things that you experience. And I just tell you that today because the first thing I saw when I walked up was came walking in right here, and I think there was 3 or 4 real young children, and they were on the ground playing with dump trucks and tractors and airplanes, and immediately it just got my attention. And I've got a 1-year-old at home as well. And guys, that's the future of what we're trying to preserve and keep going here. And it's unfortunate that we have to think that could potentially be jeopardized in a time and a culture when things aren't really going our way a lot of times, and things are changing and going a different direction maybe than what rural America believes in. And so my challenge to you today, and this is a collection of thoughts after a year and after taking a snapshot back on my life growing up in agriculture and showing livestock, is that we've all got to do a better job of preserving what we do and what we love and what we know, and that we know it's the best way to raise your children. And I thank God that I got to raise my kid through it 1 year, but again, I'll reflect back on those opportunities that I saw. And I know I preach this to you, and I've got to do a better job myself. I think we all have to do some personal reflection on some of this stuff. But I just saw these endless opportunities. There's a road that you can go down, and it's easy. It's an easy one to travel. They cheated. They know the judge. They don't do the right things. Man, that's easy. When you get caught in the spirit of competition, man, that's an easy way. That's an easy road to travel. It's easy to put the blame somewhere else. It's easy to criticize somebody else or to say they didn't do it the right way. That opportunity is always there. But what the real challenge is to sit down at the end of the day, come up to the ring, put your hat in your hand in the spirit of competition, whether you win or lose, and think about the bountiful opportunities, the endless opportunities you have when you show livestock. Just really think about it. They're just so countless. They really are. The opportunity to help people, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. You can help people all across this barn. You can compliment people. You can talk nice. You can put a smile on your face when somebody beats you or shake their hand. And it ain't easy. It's not. I'm the most competitive person out there. It is very challenging. But the opportunities just continue. The way that you raise your children, the example that you set for them, how you talk, how you treat others. And I tell you what, after a year of showing livestock with my kid, I can't think of anything that challenges me more, but has more great opportunities to raise children, to raise a family, to do things the right way. And I know, if we do these things the right way, if we challenge ourselves, if we really put ourselves and grasp perspective and understanding about what this is when we start a show and when we come to it, and we don't get lost in that competitive spirit that takes us the other way and talks negative, boy, I tell you what, there's good things coming. And there's no doubt those kids sitting over there playing with those dump trucks will have this opportunity when it's their time to be raised through this program. And I know without a doubt they'll have it. I know without a doubt. And what I like to say with my child and my family is that if we do all things to glorify God, and we do things to His standard and what He believes this program was meant for, boy, we will have this for eternity. And I just know that that's something that we've got to continue to challenge and preserve. If as rural agricultural people that believe in this, we've got to stay strong and we've got to do things the right way. And I truly believe that. And so I challenge you to do that. I challenge you to just do a little reflection and keep things in priority. I promise. Complete break. I wanted to spend time with my family. I came here today because I think I'm just doing a small part of what it is in these kids' lives and their show program. That's the only reason I'm here. I love looking at sheep. I love doing it. I mean, I could look at them all day long. But the bigger picture is I want to be here for that reason. And so I think we just got to get our eyes focused on that perspective, and I challenge you to do that. So with that said, I won't waste any more time. I'll pick you a champion in reserve. I'm not going to talk them anymore. I've talked them up one side and down the other. As far as looking at livestock, I think you can tell what I like. I'm not a hands-on guy. I just like to back off and look at them, watch them come in the ring, and just let things hit me as they can, and that hit me as they may. That's where I'm really comfortable. I'm a top-down placer. I've realized after years of trying to do it a different way that I just need to be comfortable and do what I like. And I sort livestock pretty much every day of my life, and so I just try to sit back and let things happen. I don't think about a whole lot. I just let them hit me and let things come, and I'm really pleased with what we got out here. There's some awesome sheep, but more importantly, there's some great kids, and I just enjoyed working with them, truly enjoyed working with them. It's just a true passion and love of mine to just see these kids come in the ring, and the moment they do, it just puts you in another place. And so it's very special. I thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. I think we have to pick a grand reserve, third, fourth, and fifth. And so I think that's a really cool opportunity to do that. And I think what you're doing here in the state of New Mexico is great. Keep it up, keep perspective, and always put your faith in God and do things to glorify Him, and we'll be all right. With that said, I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
Grand Champion Market Lamb, Jade Perea. Reserve Grand Champion, Tanner Dean. Third overall, Jade Perea. Fourth overall, Wyatt Bullion Braithwaite. Fifth overall, Levi Dunlap.